The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Heimdall somewhere.
Oh, Man from Heimdall. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books. Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do. What does it matter? They're all the same. However, the customer is always right, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Heimdallaman, the man from Heimdall. It's supposed to be a...
Rows and rows of Heimdallamen blur your vision, maybe 100. Those snow crabs are worse than they sound. Not even close. Man from Heimdall in hell. Man from Heimdall. A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching. Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular Man from Heimdall in chains, kneeling in front of a staircase leading to a throne. A woman sits on the throne, leering at the man. She's laughing at him, belittling him. Between the throne and the Heimdallaman lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like a pair of devil horns. The title reads, Man from Heimdall and the Devil Woman. Especially those leering types who seem to wear nothing but an armored bikini. There's also some sort of a snake lizard beast slithering around her abdomen, chest, shoulder region. The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Heimdall novels. These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over.
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. Furthermore, they have no idea how hard it is to simply remove a body from a tree. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf? You see Dick Mullen on the job. Get me Mullen. The stalwart adventures. A killing is declared. Shelves filled to the...
Oak, you're a...
Crime. These further. What's not a single mention. A killing is declared. Yes, tragedy. After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen? Your attempt to grasp at the answer failed. The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell. Browsing through all the books with all their names, suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love. The High Speed Love, chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tournée. Next to that, Revacholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse though, but not too long.
She understands she has erred against the customer and immediately corrects course.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce. I would say... The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to innocentic power. A very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to tell you that. You're a law officer, and law officers have at least some education. The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things. Perhaps for a layman, deep analysis is necessary to peel back the... Certainly, it's...
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. There's... Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up. The maps look old and faded. This large map, Ozon, in the northeast, radiating outwards from you. The suzerain Revachol, with a radius of 80 kilometers, still the crown jewel of this Isola. You can, on Caillou, Revachol, a single black star, lost little... The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosigns and as connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You have little idea what they are. Perhaps they are God. The north coast up to the east, rolling hillsides. Lajar Hudon. It's so... No, Coal City is worse. A charred limb. Rain falls on its slick black streets. And then there's the burnt-out quarter in the heart of Jamrock. Is it cold in this bookstore? Or is it just... No, this is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But it's still something. It's not really a map. It's a tool. Still, it's detailed.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale any. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. That old thing? It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They didn't get that far. For some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
Slowly, you move your hand toward the map attached.
Perhaps not. It's against RCM policy to defraud small business owners.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh no!
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about the point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services. It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage. and would only give you cancer anyway. With wholeness, unity, when it's up to your mind, it's your own fault if you're ill. Got it? The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And there's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying. This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this? The throbbing in your head increases with every passing moment you gaze at this shelf. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The title of it reads, Medicinal Purposes of the Pearl. The book contains very little explanation. The book, for example, it recommends even better if you can find someone else, preferably a large man dressed in nothing but a towel, to thrash you while you're spread naked and helpless on a cool slab. It is supposedly invigorating and good for the circulation. It also recommends consuming distilled spirit. Among other benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health. For general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the Pearl, though a sidebar cautions readers to limit each stroll to less than an hour. These strolls promise to cleanse the mind of worries and the body of toxins, especially if the perambulator performs this ritual in the nude. This is exactly what you need. I don't know. I don't want to be the party pooper, but this Pearl territory sounds sort of dangerous. Maybe you shouldn't walk in it naked. There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligations.
Excuse me, sir. I believe you've been perusing that particular volume long enough. If you'd like to continue reading, I must insist you buy it.
You see a...
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do any...
Lies. Rip them open, we say. There is something mysterious about the curtains. You see a tattered set of curtains and a polyhedron-shaped cage-like trinket. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little cage-like trinkets, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
I warned you. You're...
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly... What if you just break it down? Ow, shoot. Whose moronic idea was it to just run through the door? Don't you know that things like that hurt?
Are you alright? This look...
What is going on there? Are you really trying to break down the back? I warn you, don't tempt the spirits off.
It barely looks like you've done any damage to the door, however. Only an echo. That's right. Take in your steady breathing. The room is dimly lit and littered with old barbershop rubbish. But the path to the door, it's made of a solid block of wood, but it has stood there for ages. The hinges are old and coated with a carmine layer of rust. It should be doable. Ow, shoot. Whose moronic idea was it to just run through the door? Don't you know that things like that hurt?
Are you alright?
What is going on there? I warn you.
It barely looks like you've done any damage to the door, however. That's right. The room, it's made of a solid block of wood, but it has stood there for ages. A heavy door with a missing handle.
Trying to sneak up on me.
Apparently, she doesn't like people standing behind.
Pig's come to take me out.
If anything, you're afraid she'll take you out one day.
Don't get fucking clever. Trying to sneak up on me again. Trying to...
There must be another way into the building.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building. You have so many...
Hey, up here, Piggo.
The streets will flow red once more, a great torrent rushing down Rue de...
The streets will not flow red with anything.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. Had a battery of tests just last week. I'm practically a patchwork of interesting critters. Kinda like a man-o'-war.
The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to us on. Can't you tell? I'm paid. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Have you ever tried your hand at graffiti-o? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff. We rarely see pigs round here, though.
She wants it to be something true and total.
Yeah? Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now.
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
Watch your back, ungulate.
A sturdy metal door. The door.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more straight. The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No. Go check the backyard door.
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
There is no reply. Just the door.
Stop banging on the... Doesn't matter who I... No. I already told you. Go check the backyard.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good morning, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. Beaton, my maiden name. I meant you, the Revachol Citizens Militia. The police. Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
What is implied here? That you're a drunk?
I'm glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can...
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears helpful. is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy. Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub. A well-kempt, yet tastefully short bob of dark hair. Despite the first hints of grey, she's elected to keep it au naturel, shaped into a permanent wave, late 40s style, while dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry, wealth and all its possibilities. Now look at you, you misery-clad simian, barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes, a scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead and your underwear feels uncomfortable. You're poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too. Oh, but you are. Too ashamed to ask this person for money. Too scared to belittle yourself in her eyes. Those half-precious stones of Erdemir. Oh God, the lieutenant is here too. Do not dishonor the force.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to...
I am sorry. It just doesn't come out of your mouth. What does is...
Excuse me? I didn't hear you. Did you say money? Of course. Everything. Right, first you'd have to repeal... Good luck, is it?
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and...
But I am derailing. I hope I can be of help. Everything. I believe...
And how are the talks going?
They're not. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth. What can I say? The Union employs a giant covered in let's say...
And when...
I arrived...
But just...
I wasn't the original negotiator here.
This isn't...
Heavens no. There have been 2 Mr. Clare... Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before.
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
There are leaflets everywhere, and every worker, a member of the board. Then you might also like their other slogan. Demand democracy. Personally, I agree. It lacks the pizzazzo of every worker a member of the board. It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about what? About anything, really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assumed that was just their opening. And now...
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about...
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates.
The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for... If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company... Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the work. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish organized labor at its best.
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is... Why do you think so? I suppose you are, officer. All Revachol. But enough about Everard. What else can I tell you about? I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work. Ever. End of story. Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with...
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just...
Of course. How else can I help? What we do. The Pines, and that is the term. I'm not at liberty...
A billion?
It's a number, officer. It's made of 1,000... 20 billion is a large number. A conglomerate the size of the... They start. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? We built this district. All the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions, the plazas Meteor and Mosaic. Even some of the old street lamps have been put back. Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before a company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone. Voila, you're doing it. Really put your back into it. Yell it from the top of your lungs.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. The wind is a bit strong. Could you repeat that? How much money? Excuse me, sir. I don't have a billion real. That was the annual revenue of the entire Wild Pines group. not my personal fortune. Try again, dear. Come now. Nobody carries that much cash on their person, particularly in a place like Martinez. I'd get robbed. And even if I did, I still would not give you 10,000 real. I would rather buy something nice with it, like expensive hi-fi or a new hydrodynamic E40 sail. It is. Fast and silent. I like high-fidelity anything. That's a good sum, not too small, not fantastically large, like $1 billion.
She removes a few notes and hands them to you. The paper is cold and oily to the... Whoa, whoa! Did you see how easy that was? Ask her for more. Toot toot, train to Moneytown.
This may seem like odd behavior for a police officer, man, but it's a perfectly common side effect of his unusual medical episode.
It's all right, Lieutenant. I really did bring as little cash with me as possible to avoid attention. So here you are. The last bit of filthy lucre I can share. So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
You're right, ma'am, that donations are permitted under the Emergency Act, unseemly as it may be, as long as they are properly logged with the precinct.
Which he most certainly will do. Now, how else can I help the RCM today? Besides, why, yes I am. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else you... Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Ravachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
She's having a good time arguing against the law. Too good, perhaps.
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Qualified pleasure craft operator. So charming.
I just renewed its safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but 2 insulindic regattas. Even finished once.
Actually, you don't. It is a little-known fact among those rogue police that the Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license. Unless it's their passport. No. Do you want to ask for the lady's passport?
You need to save face if you want her respect. Demand that passport.
Of course.
The woman is silent, smiling while the waves lap against the hull. In your hand, under the plastic, a light blue passport saying, Republic of Vespa. The coat of arms has a lion and an ostrich. Sijan, the woman, born in the year 3 in the commune of Revachol, smiles at you. Face adorned with frown lines and crow's feet. The photo is recent. The name reads, Rejoice Leighton Messier.
Yes, but please don't call me that. Joyce is much more efficient.
She doesn't like it. Probably a bad memory. Mean girls at school or some ancient lover.
My husband is. I have dual citizenship. A Vespertine is handier when traveling.
She nods and returns the plastic bag to her coat.
The boat? No. It is called...
The word, it, feels strange. Such a breeze ripples through the cells and tugs at your hair. Below, the sleek, fish-like shape of the hull parts the water. Beneath that, a resound.
Okay. How about Cordeleche 19? Why? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cordeleche, and its hull is 19 paces long. Why Dolores? Well, it means nothing to me. I think, okay, because it was manufactured in... What? I think I'll stick with the factory name. Okay, because it was the X something. The X what? Thank you for the suggestion. It's a pleasure craft. My sloop...
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman.
Good. Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41.
He looks at you expectantly. Then
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he...
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her. Insinuate.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to...
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard...
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like...
Detective, a word in private before we continue. This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done and demand for her information on the lynching. I'm sure you will, Detective.
You're back. Good. It's quite straightforward.
Ingredients for what?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you... Yes.
Wild pine?
We're in logistic, yes, but you won't get anything out of Everart and the Dock Workers Union. Unlikely, officer. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just... I'll be explicit. If you find this drug... We did. On more than one occasion.
We know the company has long...
Well, here's your chance, officers. No. We asked East Motor Track to... This is a limited time.
A cold breath rushes in from the bay, making its way down the alleyways and potholed streets. From Martinez to Jamrock, in the traffic you hear the clinking of glass vials, concealed beneath tarpaulin. Or is it just your teeth chattering in the cold?
A lot of it. It comes in from large Samaran factories in South Safre, Sigai, and Sinyao. The literage they must get from this town.
Well,
What is that, Lieutenant?
why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisser. How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for two... Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up...
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, but she's clearly not the type your typical lorryman would confide in.
Yes? Excellent. It may come to... In the meantime, let me know if there's... Of course, Detective...
A heavy door with a missing handle stands. A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. You smash into the wood and see a small crack appear on the door frame. It's going to take one more try to break through.
You're not thinking of trying again, are you?
Hey, psst. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again. Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love? So, what about all that communism? You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people, funky style, very funky. So tell me, failure. It's about failure. Yes, abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb-stomped and pissed on. Until you came along. You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the you against the atom, the charm and the now get to work, comrade. Oh yeah, get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready.
What is this place? No, it's a gym. Though it looks like no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. We should find a flashlight if we want to go on. There should be one in my kinet.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Yes, because it's closed. Now let's go get the flashlight, shall we?
A barbell lies at 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of... Why does it feel so familiar? You manage to hoist it off the ground, but the barbell feels wobbly and dangerous. Your hands slick with sweat. Turns out you're no beat.
Weightlifting was never my favorite either. At the station gym, I mean. I prefer running.
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, a memory from another life. This Postla Vantorie mail clip. The box seems happy. Eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also. The mail collection box seems cathartic, thankful even. So do you. You shudder, then you swallow, and then suddenly you see it. Over. A colourful display of cigarettes and there, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol.
Guess not, no.
Good thing you're an unrecovering alcoholic then.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. But
Don't ask, don't look, don't do anything here. Just go away. Get back to work.
no, Frit only sells legal drugs. The pale age vodka is special, you know.
Don't worry your pretty little head about it.
I mean,
Substances give powerful bonuses to your main stats at the cost of damage to your health or morale. Use medication like nose.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles. nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
I don't really know what hypnogamma is. I guess it,
Nosifed heals +1 health. Dramine heals +3 health. Magnesium heals +1 morale. Hypnogamma heals +3 morale.
The tear machine stands. Your bottles clunk into the machine. Before you stands, in the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge. As you tap on,
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition key.
alternative translation. Don't even think. The white suede feels like a metallic drawer.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can... It's robust, weatherproof, and well, lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. The pry bar feels cold and heavy. Useful for opening all sorts of... The handles are long and slick. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest.
This is the...
Motor carriage. Something bad with a motor carriage. A dark lump rises in your throat.
A motorized vehicle, officer. I'm sure you are familiar. The Caprice motorcar...
Nothing.
No, I'm afraid not. We have a murder case on our hands, remember?
In the cabin, you see... Hobo cop. Technically, you wouldn't be a cop anymore, but a hobo. That would mean game over for the cop chapter of your adventures. But who knows where the hobo part takes you? To the bar? The old L'Assommoir? To the pier or the sewers? To Le Royaume, where for 300 years they interred the dead. You could plunder royalist crypts for long-forgotten triple malt bourbon, then fight the Aramakan beast that lurks the bottommost sepulchres. The secrets of the city are all yours at last.
G'day to you, officers.
A burly man hangs out by his posture is relaxed. Despite his powerful build and a knife in his hand, this man resorts to
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that.
the words, Daredevil Driver.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day. Sure thing. Want some too, officer?
Why not?
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarre... Yeah, not really much.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this. Oh, nothing happened. Nothing happened. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. Wasn't there a sign of... Oh, nothing happened. A spring wasn't there... A crumpled billboard reading, Samurai, just some tasteless whatever it is. There's a pile of cheap.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the...
These,
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium...
no luck.
Oh! That bike...
I hope not.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
Abort.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very sick.
They're perfect for concealing your bloodshot and baggy eyes.
No, you are definitely not buying those. No, I can't. We can't walk around with you looking like this. Okay, fine. Go ahead. If you want to look like a walking midlife crisis, then who am I to interfere?
48, a good starter.
An old monument stands in the middle. A silver plaque on the... Not a good track record of mental health in that family. What did he... High above you. Small, wrinkled, it's the warmth. Nothing. No. This one is a monster in disguise.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you?
The smile on her face has disappeared.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in... The men have small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of them? Back in Methka, Until you came along, that is. Someone was. This is Gabriel Buenguerra.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you. This man's got a hold over her. Even 50 years later, you can feel it.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema when they are someone's their beauty.
She seems to derive some bitter...
I wasn't. Well, you, people. Why not, Harife? Time? Of course, whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I quit.
She says that as if something narcotic is the...
Oh, it's so much more than a high where I go, Harife. It's low.
Yeah, it's definitely some kick. Some terrible kick in the dark.
Then it's contraband, lawman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo. Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, it's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring boy. Don't be stupid. The Boyadero returns from the western plain a changed man, one night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river. No. The Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Maigret. Then he rides off, because the western plain is calling to him. The most beautiful. A true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can be tied down by man or woman.
What if to truly love a boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
She's just a distracted old woman.
You hear that, lawman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me. Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best Lomonosov's land.
A terrible cold comes over her, rattling.
The Transcatalia Magistral. You for 1A. You're right, lawman. I'm...
A correct appraisal.
Is that all you woke me up to say? What do I need drugs for, lawman? What I say, what I feel, the great... If you don't know... You're mad, lawman. What of it? Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way. Just this month I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grad. No, lawman.
Damn this. Make her answer.
I would never make fun of a real lawman.
Ma'am, you're not responsible for what the client puts in your lorry, as long as the seals are not opened. We officers know that.
Lay off her.
Diamonds are good for you, lawman. You should try them sometime. Easy. Where do you want? Or...
I think we're done here, no?
Yes, go.
You see a set of tire tracks in a brown slush. No. The hard to say cop habit. inconspicuous pile of the roofing material Eternite. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing an inconspicuous pile of the roofing because it's nice and orderly. No, there's more to this. Hard to say. It's gone now. Feelings pass, you see. Especially the small. This trash there's something in there. Not the body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
Trash? Food waste from the cafeteria? They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence too. What do you mean, feel? I agree. We should get someone from the remote viewers division here. All the detectives from all the precincts who experience extrasensory perception go to the remote viewers division. Their work is invaluable to the force. No, because they don't exist. There isn't, but we should still access this we could try using a pry bar.
Did someone say, pry bar, pry bar? Your palms yearn its cold touch.
We might want to ask for...
Ask the manager? Bullshit. This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says... This trash container is locked. The fourth time. What is this? Your triceps ache for the metal to bend, but it resists.
The quality of metal is not the problem. From what I...
He's enjoying your little failure. He finds it amusing. There's a creaking sound as the pry... Unsatisfying. Hurtful. Full of itself.
Let's ask the manager for the key. This is clearly not working. You are. The pry bar is quite satisfying and handy. But you are just not...
Bent metal. Broken glass. Your path. You are the destroyer. The bane of inanimate matter. Kudos. That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already? Sweet Lord, a whole hour. And you haven't thought about rum and lemonade in all that time? You've truly extinguished all trace of yourself. There he is. Calmly, the lieutenant looks out of the window. Then to...
What are you doing? We should move.
You could definitely go for some more. The titillating scent of alcohol. A thin man, as you step, it must be his name. Garanci, Quebec. sounds. The man puts his cup down and replies something. His left hand, he smiles and bangs. The man ponders his. You see a heavy steel door. You immediately feel the cobalt blue surf. The door does not.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? Yes. I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in. Just to be thorough. As if you say so, Gart is the person to ask about this.
Can I help you? Mine? No, it...
Thank you for clearing that up.
Why? To keep...
I thought as much.
Well, yeah.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Prod at him and find out.
Yes. Sir, I'm sorry the RCM is having financial trouble, but it's not this establishment's problem. Callous? What are you? Kras Mazov?
What are we talking about? Was this not about the trash container? We should return to the case of your...
What for?
It concerns...
Just bring them back once you're done, please. What thing? Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care. Or some boring story.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Fine, okay, a little. But So, I haven't opened it. Yes, not the whole...
He hates the Union, but grudgingly recognizes its power over him. So he's directing his frustration at you instead. Retaliate.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we don't. We have to wait.
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Absolutely out.
Absolutely in the question. First we find a...
Another thing. Yes?
This trash container is with a well-oiled crack. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. Of course you should. This is your time to shine, Hobocop. Dive into that dumpster for extra content. There is, but you won't. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Wow, an Armistice caliber 50 knock cannon, half wrapped in paper tissues. So it's a giant rifle, and it's very expensive. Not as expensive as that fat string of pearls snaking around the rotten bun. And is that Cordon Electric's preamp with Electra F2 tubes? It is. That catches quite a price. We're talking 12,000, easy. Unless you're into hi-fi yourself. No, you won't. Because none of those things are real. They're not actually in there. All you see is food waste and crisp wrappings. All you see is a broken mug with a race only in its social sensibility.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further.
You see, a box falls into pieces among the threadbare kitchen as the legs.
The victim's clothes? Drop them in here, officer. Guitar mark. The belt is missing.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial.
The rest of the rags are just kitchen.
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hotel. Not really. All we know is the... See?
The lieutenant. It's just nothing. What's this? A blue piece of plastic. Something large.
Officer, is that your... Yes, it is. Look, if you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash? Officer, this is an official piece of paperwork. It probably contains notes on numerous ongoing investigations, and could even list undercover op. It will also not...
Some items, such as the ledger you...
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. The container sounds a muffled gong. It's the ledger you found. It's a met below the pathetics. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic. If you it's not though. Still wet. An aluminium. The surface is.
What? Yes, it depends.
How many your kill count?
Any capable. All RCM.
This means you can read the water.
Okay.
While a bunch of sod in the back. 3. The topmost are a monetary. These are quite a dozen. Color of. Yes. The rest of the stick. The acidic thin, seethed. The rest of the they're not exact. Once in a while, work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are yes. It appears you employ yes, all caps. Others appear more light-hearted. You like this. Wish there was. It's going to take an effort.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene? Good. But do you also use the titular? Well, so do I. It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM. Again, I pray his rail spiked through the head.
There is the task, interview, and a fuck you to you too. That last one, things to be done.
No, actually. Any ideas? They're not going.
Fun is out!
Okay, something
usual.
Furies. Could you make it Fury? Could you make it great? I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
You don't exactly close them, so much as it's proving to be harder. Arson. You don't exactly. It's made of blue. The blue, something wrapped the plastic with your hands. You 4-sized pages is not what you end. A hot flash of rage comes over you. For a moment there, before it recedes, you feel as though you might just squeeze a tear of anger out of your duct. It's unjust. That's why. You can't even get to that thing anymore. The ledger quivers in your hand. As it shakes, the pages rustle. This pathetic mess suddenly... It's just... Oh boy. But it was... It's just a... But it will... There are several footprints in the mud. What do you think you are? Heavy workers' boots with... This appears.
The radio computer. We have one of these down.
The machine lights up. It's empty. The filament you have, like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking. The filament slides out. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Tiles on the cube. This old radio, unclear. You think so? Looks like a surveillance. Someone very, the leader or whoever decides all of this.
My God, the schedule.
Nothing. Your flashlight. Some of the writing has these who are one of the Welkins tower. It's the hull.
An inordinate amount of time. Some people really. This looks like concept art for a project. Just look at.
And for what? The photo, entire, albeit a pinned postcard, reads, "This as time."
Looks like they did.
A note in the bottom left corner. The hand outside.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and file? No, that's not it. I think it looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
Through calling, then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller
His fascination has swept aside other concerns for the moment.
Not to my knowledge, but I don't think anyone has attempted to. Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. No idea. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... It's too late for that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's keep moving.
Thick layer. Looks like this furnace has a face. And it's a face of...
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney. No one has used it in ages.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from...
What are you doing? Wait, really? Take your head out of the chimney, please.
It feels safe to know that the lieutenant's got your back, now and always. A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in war paint. 3 dangerous stripes appear onto your cheeks, telling stories of your wild soul.
What are you doing? Please wipe your face clean, officer.
You can feel your cheeks turn red under the lieutenant's gaze. You look like a kid, not a police officer. Even the war paint can't conceal the...
Thank you. So, where were we?
A hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts. You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. This ice bear is a hyper-carnivore. The lieutenant doesn't answer. A gust of freezing cold. The lieutenant takes a peek in.
Of course, just a giant ice bear shaped. Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrap. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
Somewhere in the past, it's summer. 5-year-old Fifette lets go of her mother's hand, change jingling in her pockets as she hops towards the ice cream stand right across the plaza.
I know. What an unfortunate marketing. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity, a friendly cartoon. A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Seems like an old bunker from the river. There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and...
Are these any good?
Most of them are right. Take it. You're a police officer.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still beautiful. It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still...
He likes this. Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. Two cables are plugged into an electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now. Something close to you dies with a soft...
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his... A thick layer of coal dust. Both cables are unplugged from the breaker box. Somewhere, a machine hums along with the current. Happy.
Yes?
An iron safety curtain. What an odd thing to do. Still nothing. Those curtains prove to be surprisingly sturdy. Your fist hurts now.
There must be another way to wake up whoever is in there. Maybe we should ask the lady in the bookstore what's going on here.
broke down? The back door? The wards? I suppose just a door. I hope you're happy now. Happy that you've ruined everything. Of course, all right. You know what? I'm willing to let you in. But before we go on, tell me, did you encounter the malignant entity? You did? Then it has to be true. I've suspected that this woman-shaped... Yes, I've heard that. It's enormous. She has some unnatural magic, I assume. You should...
If you're really interested in cracking this mystery, then we should go back to the furnace. Maybe you could yell into it or something.
Despite his cool, the lieutenant's interested in solving this mystery too.
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she wonderful? Did you talk to her? Great.
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
Come now, it's not personal. It's about proper sales practices and my precious. Her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, mind your own business, sir. In our society, people don't get to tell each other how... You must be kidding. There's nothing like that happening. Good, sir. What does a young child do with money anyway? No, I save it for her as a fund. She's securing her financial future. Indeed.
Yes, we've had quite...
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense.
Goodness, you were already doing... Everything is on the...
She smiles and nods.
Okay, but please, only if the curse. It's the curse.
Didn't that...
Everyone knows there's something...
Sounds familiar.
Truly so? It's not good to talk about the curse.
Such wraiths may prove a formidable enemy. Suit up.
Yes, the wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us. Oh, there are numerous spells cast throughout... Yes, the Simonees are...
The woman before... Mazovian socio-economics. 0.000% of communism has been built. Evil child-murdering billionaires still rule the world with a shit-eating grin. All he has managed to do is make himself sad. He is starting to suspect Krasmazov fucked him over, personally, with his socio-economic theory. It has, however, made him into a very smart boy with something like a university degree in truth. Instead of building communism, he now builds a precise model of this grotesque, duplicitous world. thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it. Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease.
Hello?
You've awakened the entity.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs.
After you, officer.
Hello, I'm Nia. Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Milius. So what kind of dye are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now.
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking. Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind? I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
As she speaks, her bone-like fingers fiddle with a ring. Her bones light, but her hands strong.
How strange. Well, if you're interested, my rate is 10 real per set, unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
This person means you, or no one else, absolutely no harm. She will answer freely and honestly.
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dyes out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there. Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
She's thankful for the security they provide her.
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Who cares about the dead body? We might be dealing with a malignant. The lieutenant looks at his notebook.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see...
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window. Well, there's always something going. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, but I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid. I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, it's an odd profession, making dice for people. But I like it.
She nods.
Anything else, officer? Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. Ah, yes, Fortress accident. It's too bad they never finished their game. The Wiro Untethered die is a variation of a standard role-playing die. I'm thinking something made from alligator jawbone, cast in black resin. The reptile bone is as white as ice and dead as, well, death. For 7 real, I could have it ready in 8 hours. It's an icositetrahedron, a 24-sided die that can produce results for 2-sided, 3-sided, 4-sided, 6-sided, and 12-sided die, with a single untreated bone is porous and prone to chipping. Cast it in something hard like resin though, and voila, it's perfect. Maybe you have some other ideas for dice? What do you mean by cursed? Alright, how about I surprise you? Come back in 8 hours with 7 real, and I'll give you your cursed die. Great, see you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else? We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney.
Creative.
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow? All right, but it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the east of the Commerce Central project. And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of
It's because she's in cahoots with the demons.
Malignant entity? What does that even mean? Some kind of sorceress? What about you, officer? Do you think I'm the malignant entity?
The jig is up. The she-demon knows you've uncovered her true identity. Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
So I'm the grand dragon in the cave. Might I ask what supports this claim? Oh my, I've revealed myself. You better call the exorcists. What's that? A union for clairvoyance? They have unions for everything nowadays.
She just stares at you for a moment with an astonished look on her face. blinking her dark eyes.
It's not real, ma'am. He's making it up.
Yes, I figured. Well, if you ever find a way to explain all those inconsistencies in the curse, then let me know.
Plaisance needs to hear about this. Perhaps if you combine your psychic energies, you'll make sense of the situation.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Rats scuttle in the dark rooms.
Yes, I think...
You wouldn't like it either. The others would laugh at you.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet. It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club. A community project created to steer at-risk, a kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was young. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the
You should have known it.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since. Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows. Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milias. Who would have guessed? And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own. It's a Sub Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
What does she mean, to get off on?
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist?
But what drugs exactly?
He got high on some weird taxidermy chemicals. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. Eventually, they caused him to lose control of his bladder. The smell was awful.
Even you can probably do better than that. You can almost see it. A small, sickly old man, hunched behind his work desk, his pants stained with old piss, stuffing a sad, stiff-legged raccoon dog. The entire scene looks tragic.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came. The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's and you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. Really? Anyway.
Poor guy. Suddenly, you get a feeling that insects are important to the case somehow. It's hard to say why.
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula, the usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as...
Men like that are a curse.
Sure, but Slips, I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around in the house. Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, they certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules. The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time. Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest. Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time.
She's right. Showing up to work on time is important. Showing up to work on time is hard. No, scratch that. Showing up to work at all is difficult, especially if you've been drinking.
And so is producing something extraordinary.
Something strains her face before she looks up again.
Anything else? Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas. There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Sounds like she really didn't like those girls.
Oh, but they did. They did show up to work, and not alone. There were also acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the ice cream stand. And they already had the bear. The bear. Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out Eventually, Revachol ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glacé 5000. Glacé 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges. Maybe. Because the taxidermist who made that bear definitely wasn't. Doing his best, I mean. He said that the bear was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while...
Scary, but cool.
Megatherion, a mega wild beast. It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
A wise and noble beast, guiding you toward the land where the streets are paved with drugs. The horrific necktie tightens around your neck, strangely excited. But it doesn't feel particularly fun this time around.
Do you? Well, good luck keeping it under control. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
Outside it's light. Light scatters from the low-hanging cloud cover.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else? I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
Anti-Object Task Force. Behold, the Anti-Object Task Force has assembled, God's avenging angel, arrayed against the lower emanations of the Darkened One. Shoe racks, tape recorders, motor carriages, and doors. So many doors. You're not just pounding it all to pieces. You're reforging the universe, from the anvil of the heavens to the worms below. Indulge in it. Be bold. Have an impact on the shape of creation. Out of the furnace of your rage. A new reality. Also, you should trash your room again.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
Officer!
Oh no, not the zipper. And what technique is that?
Miss, I apologize for my colleague's behavior. He's still recovering from an unusual medical episode.
Officer, this isn't how mature adults deal with their feelings.
Now you feel something. The cold damp of shame washing over you.
The air pressure told you to take your pants off in my studio? Can you please employ this special technique somewhere else? I work here and my work requires concentration. Half-naked people don't help with that.
What have you found? And a novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep. I don't understand. If you're not sure it's her, then where is the source of the doom?
Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her.
Oh, how horrid! I knew. Tell me, did you find a way to break the curse? understand that you can't divulge official secrets, officer, but know that I appreciate the efforts of your department. All that matters is that the energies are retreating. I can already feel the curse lifting. It will be a long time until we're fully free of it, of course, but still. Thank you, officer. Truly, you've brought a better psycho-emanation to this humble bookstore, and that's no small achievement.
It will only last a day or two, a week tops. Then, her...
All right, then. All's well that ends.
The shop around you feels ancient. A thick layer of coal dust, a lush layer. You feel the spirit of 3 days.
What are you doing? Please wipe your... Thank you. So, where were we?
A thick layer of coal. You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm. You know, it's many years of combined self-neglect and self-abuse. All you feel is pain and weakness. You have to surrender now. We all do. It gets so dark. You don't even see her face, like you always thought you would. Cop suffers final heart attack. A detective lieutenant of the RCM passed away yesterday. His death, though abrupt, did not come as a surprise to those who knew him. He was the heaviest drinker I'd ever met. Captain Ptolemy Price, the deceased superior officer, commented, "That ain't easy on the ticker." He loved his liquor, sure, said Detective Chester McLean, friend and colleague. But I think before he ever had a heart attack, his heart was broken. According to an official statement given by the RCM, the officer was on the brink of solving a murder case. thick layer of coal dust. It's dark.
What are you doing? Wait, really?
A lush. You feel the spirit of Ramut? Yes, the lieutenant. You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it. The living shit. Who knows what you are? A monster. How very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette, or better yet, an entire pack. Strike that. A carton. Make sure they're all healthy and able-bodied. Then smoke them all.
The idea seems to make your neck expand. Suddenly, the garish tie feels very snug.
Good. They'll make you stronger and better. You're too old to be cool now, but find cigarettes, smoke them, blam. Instantly a cool renegade man. A mystical red dragon with smoke rising from his nostrils. Plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses. Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. The man is finding it hard not to trip on the tape, and not to send any of the bottles rolling across the floor.
And by that you mean crimes against humanity? I have no idea what that means.
The window stands broken in its frame. The fan stands still. The bed is cold.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. faucet is quite terribly mangled, but you handle the chain cutters deftly, applying just enough pressure. The faucet told you that you needed those chain cutters. Everything is connected. Everything has a purpose. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it. Still not happening. The door is closed. There is no one. You hear the shout. A tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you. The door
probably thinks you're a has-been loser too. You feel your funny necktie
This door, as you hold, still no answer. Still, no. The lieutenant gives you. He doesn't like where this is going. You should punch a fucking hole in it. You slam your fist into the vinyl. It does not produce a hole. The door sits sturdily in the frame, and your fist hurts. This, not to mention, great exercise.
Stop that.
Still, the lieutenant gives you. He doesn't like with it. You should punch a fucking hole. You slam your fist into the vinyl. It does not produce. Not to mention.
Stop that.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer from another. It's the jam, my man. It's a traffic. Meanwhile, feels like forever. Like I was, yeah.
Behind the line.
So tell me, what do you need? Nope. Don't. Some of the other drive.
Yep.
You could also check the kiosk down the street. Frit. Huh? Oh, the bosses, man. Yeah, it sure ain't good for me. Or you. I'd spare. It's like some pretty wild. I've heard talk there's a company. They want to keep that money flowing. Anything else? Us Lori, not my thing.
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more...
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries. A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies. Oh.
Time to arrest him.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. This haul of cargo is mostly sporting goods. You know, track. They usually get shipped to Grad and the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out.
There's no denying it. Your body needs to feel the touch of some good performance wear.
Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on.
Never. They would.
This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery? Neat.
There it is again. The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Ah, man. Me and narco. But those days are behind me. Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an entrapment thing on me?
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bus.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Gotta guard the stuff.
Working on these rhymes clearly leads to muscular atrophy.
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another...
Your best verse?
That's brutal, man.
No, stop. He's already mortified.
That's,
In the name of God, what are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. These are your rhymes. They're from your life. Doesn't matter if they're robust, they're honest. So, thanks, man.
Yes, and I also thank you for stopping. We have a drug investigation to return to. How about we do that?
In his eyes, and up, it's hard to say. The road continues for miles, above the jet, to the old south, to the farthest outskirts of Revachol, through the checkered fields of farmland, upstream to the river Esperance, past Montmartin. The border approaches. You cannot see. It's out of the city. Up ahead, the mist blocks all sight. A gale blows across your cheeks. It is cold. Before you stands a tall lorry driver with sad eyes.
Excuse me? Man, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way. Waiting all the way in Diora. Diora of the Seven Seas. It's on the other end of Le Caillou, pretty much. On another island called Laurentide, off mainland. We've got a little place there. Can almost hear my kid laugh when it snows. What's it like? Good. And bad. An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios. What about you, cop man? You missing someone?
Is that what it is? This feeling? No, it's scarier than that. You're pursued by a hunter, smelling of apricots and sorrow, and the past.
Hunted? By what? An ex-wife?
The pain burns in your chest, radiating. The crown of arteries on fire.
Sinister presence. Wow, that sounds really bad. I hope that doesn't happen to my marriage. Man, who even knows? It's like a legal contract, but also a bond between spirits. Everyone is different. That's all I can say. Yeah. In marriage, you never know if you're doing the right thing. Thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone. I know it wasn't easy to ask, so...
No. Just no.
Don't be a stranger.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out.
A colourful...
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicines.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
There are clothes and...
Don't be shy.
You find...
Economical, but also trendy. Look first.
There they both are. Two identical shoes, both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin. It's pretty clear you may be what they're good, they're balanced.
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek, practical and yet...
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
You find...
Economical, but also...
You see two lowly...
I can see you with...
A pair.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers. Super Air, Super...
These once respectable...
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the... These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. No way, officer. These aren't for... Well, but see, if on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents? The shine on these sunglasses lasts...
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The light pole.
Yes, officer. It was brought.
We are not here to invest. You have to admit it.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
A bargain? No, it's not. He's trying to sweet-talk you into buying trash.
Hey, I don't know where it came from, but it's not every day you get to buy an...
The boombox is on the shelf. One is this is you. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Is the Harman Welsh W2. Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real. If police work means playing tapes, sure. Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with... And here you are.
All the old... You see, Rose, try to find something pretty and cool here. Then you... You see, Rose, try to find something pretty and cool here. Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that's...
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider. The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend. About a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head. 50 cents. Bargain priced. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something.
Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine. Big men on big horses.
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
A long, long time ago. They're not all blue. These...
Which ones?
This set of...
You're probably talking about the... I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the Royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. Maybe. Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky?
That was a very small...
Life? I'll be with you in a moment.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you...
René, you are mad.
Look, in his hand, going into his mouth, the sandwich.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my...
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. That's the spirit. Don't even waste your breath asking about the game. They wouldn't know anyway. They're way past their prime. You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter. God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of excitement and adrenaline that precedes every... The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it. Probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory. Already, a chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball. West, in the Grand Couronne area, a sharp overhand left from an embodiment of pure motion, a fine-tuned locomotor running at maximum efficiency. Behold the fear and confusion reflected in the eyes of the two feeble geezers. They are in awe of your superiority. You are a god to them. Some would still say you're a cop, but I guess we're beyond that now.
Merde! Bordel de merde! What the hell is your problem? I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful. You vandalized our game, son. We can't play pétanque with 5 bull. No, you don't. Our pétanque game is ruined. We want our bull back.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You owe us a goddamn bull. Will this... No, it will goddamn not!
Thank you, officer. This is really something. Honestly, I think it's better than our old bull, even.
Mon Dieu. All right, fine.
Just talk. It'll smooth things over. Old people like attention.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. I do. Fire from heavy artillery.
Heavy artillery fire, you say?
Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough. This place is a damn beachhead, son. They had to soften the commies up first. Yes. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation... This here...
Blood ground. You...
Don't get me all... Damn right.
He approves of this radical approach. Knows
The rest of the city got cleaned up.
Well...
You don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think? I'm sorry it had to be them. After it, I would have preferred if the right honorable...
this royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and this is just what the commies wanted. A true king in damn Fris. The suzerain is... It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
All you observe...
This is the uniform.
Don't you mean...
You do not...
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry.
Ah, yeah.
Oh.
Cocaine.
A superpower. Feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule.
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy.
You can't even take responsibility for yourself. That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine. For clarity of vision. To aid in their work. Regnum cocainum. Revishal's finest years.
I'm satisfied with this.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor, and it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms.
Higher realms. Of course, it all makes sense.
It's really not. Please, do spare us the
Yes, indeed. We're not here to investigate the drug trade of centuries past.
Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood. A nation is only as strong as its...
Don't get started on...
The Carabinier doesn't...
Right. Unfortunately, I don't. In Martinez, cop is a If I knew...
This is a man with a lot of past, but little present, and almost no future.
It's a Bell McGrave. 4.46 caliber. This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing, and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you... I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to...
This coin, a thick leg under the graffito. The church looks old and withered. Around the large...
Scab? I was just messing with you. Imagine, you cops going on a... Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the Wild North? Come to see the... Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin lands into your hand as if it has always belonged there. The swallow returns.
Always glad to help out the RCM. Shame I can't do more. Things are meager at the moment due to... You know, the winter's fat is slowly running out and all. Nothing to worry about, really. I'm always glad to help out when possible. Not like these slithering scabs. You know.
He's a chatty guy.
My friend, I don't operate... Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini supremacist there. Walk right past him, then press the button to unlock the door, then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Está. Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best measure head in it, or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible. Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong.
Nothing a couple of solid hooks from Dexter and Sinister won't fix.
Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly... Sure. Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. Of course, Policia.
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Your body does not betray your degeneracy. That's a lie. You're in great shape. Don't say anything. Size him up first.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, I'm Sandwich. You are not in danger, because you are not a threat to me. What is this androgynous display of sexual maturity?
Merely standing up makes you sweat profusely. Your breathing is erratic. Your own heartbeat in your ears grows frantic, and you feel...
Stop it! You are embarrassing yourself in front of this woman and your pedomorphic friend. This display of weakness may appeal to older women with a stronger maternal instinct, but it is a liability here on Battlefield Martinez.
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his degeneracy pretty hard. Maybe you can ask him to leave.
That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to Al-Ghul. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat.
It's not good.
It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk and drowned.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here.
Show him the ham still got it.
Jerking motions. Signs of a late-stage neurodegenerative disorder. How far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricité, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
That is right. You should leave the stage of history with dignity. By inviting, bring your troops to the Simonine Islands and to Boogie Street, and the walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul.
This is your chance. He's talking. Rip into him with a punch and catch him off guard. No, don't rip into anyone. You're sensitive. Remember? Communicate.
Your race descent has only... Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
Just like that, instinct took over. A solid strike straight into his throat, into the cartilage. You could swear you felt the soft palate break. The man is reeling, gasping for air. Time stands still around you. In the distance, the sounds of the... All you hear is a small gurgling sound as a trickle of blood appears on the man's lip. He's open. Rip into him. Right hook. Escalate it. Get intimate with him. Bring the hurt closer. Oh God, wrong move. Your head is in his hands, like a pair of forceps crushing you, and you can feel every jewel.
Say it. I am.
Take the pain, goddammit. At least take that. Even under the increased force on your skull, there is no pain. Just the sound of your own.
You are a poor player of physical chess.
How did this happen? Your little fist is in his giant hand.
You must be out of your mind, degenerate drunk. Say it.
Your fist cracks in his hand like a ripe apple. Pain shoots up into you.
The words to the song.
Your hand twists in his grip and the pain blinds you.
Good. Now leave before you humiliate your homoerotic organization any further.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't force us into situations where I may have to shoot random civilians, because that won't get us anywhere. I'm not even sure the one bullet my chamber holds would even prick that hook. And you're just going to let him manipulate you like that? We are not here on some political quest. We are here to solve a crime. Don't make the situation anymore.
The lieutenant groans. That's right. You should do it again. The tear machines. Your bottles clunk into the machine. You're 100% sure you got special hobo cop money for that tear. At least 100% extra tear money. If the numbers on the machine told you otherwise, it's a lie. Do you know what you should do with that money, kiddo? You should buy a small cabinet on the wall is filled with...
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better.
Looking for something, Hunt? God damn. Oh, not much anymore. The strike. Apples. Yeah.
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest.
Drugs? You know where... They know they can't beat us in a fair fight. So they have... Oh, I don't go for that foreign piss. Proper booze is made in Mundi. Or sometimes, I like a dram of that Yugograd vodka. Koiko, not in.
So you're...
I don't know shit. What do you think?
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to. It's a fucking travesty, is what it is. Isn't it obvious? Fucking summer. Just follow the smell. It smells like apricot and...
Yes.
Looks like I offended your partner there. Too bad. Sea Lang's usually a little bit south of here, near the canal. His tribe are...
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until...
Guess so.
The worn and beaten wooden plank.
We can sit on benches after we've solved them.
You can revisit the bench, if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.